Hey guys, tonight we're going to take a journey, not to the philosophical academies or the grand amphitheaters of ancient Greece, but straight into the heart of its most terrifying reality, existing as a mere human under the capricious gaze of its all-powerful, deeply flawed gods. Imagine this: you're tending your olive grove on a sun-drenched hillside, the air warm and smelling of thyme and dust. Suddenly, the sky darkens, not with clouds, but with a palpable sense of divine displeasure. A single ominous rumble echoes from Mount Olympus, or perhaps a sudden, unseasonal plague begins to sweep through your village. This isn't just bad luck, it's the terrifying realization that your life, your fate, and your very existence are utterly at the mercy of beings who view mortals as mere playthings, and whose personal dramas can bring global catastrophe. You probably won't survive this without being turned into a tree, abducted, driven mad, or simply obliterated by a thunderbolt. But we're going to dive into why being a mortal in Greek myths truly sucked. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And if you're feeling adventurous, drop your location and local time in the comments. I always love seeing where you guys are tuning in from. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You find yourself transported back to ancient Greece, a world vibrant with philosophy, art, and democracy, but utterly dominated by its intricate and often terrifying mythology. This wasn't a collection of quaint bedtime stories. For the ancient Greeks, these myths were their fundamental understanding of the cosmos, of human nature, and of the forces that governed every aspect of their lives. The Olympian gods, led by Zeus, were not distant, benevolent figures. They were intensely real, profoundly powerful, and terrifyingly human-like in their passions, their jealousies, their rages, and their utter disregard for mortal well-being. Your life, as a mortal, is a precarious existence, a constant tightrope walk between piety and unintentional offense. You diligently offer sacrifices at local altars, participate in religious festivals, and utter prayers hoping to gain divine favor or, more importantly, to simply avoid drawing the capricious attention of a deity. But the stories whispered around the hearth, recounted by bards, and depicted in tragedies, paint a chilling picture of your ultimate insignificance, your virtues, your suffering, your deepest desires. All can be trivially overturned by a god's whim, a fleeting lust, or a petty squabble on Olympus. You quickly learn that a good life here isn't about accumulating wealth or power, for both can be instantly stripped away. It's about surviving the unpredictable chaos inflicted by powerful beings who view humanity as little more than chess pieces in their eternal games, their cosmic dramas playing out with devastating consequences for the tiny mortals caught in the crossfire. One mainstream historical fact that utterly shatters any romanticized view of mortal life under the Greek gods is that ancient Greek myths are replete with accounts of the Olympian gods routinely interfering in mortal lives with profound indifference to human suffering, often for petty personal reasons, fleeting desires, or to settle divine grudges, leading to widespread tragedy, torment, and the arbitrary destruction of human lives without apparent justice or mercy. Mortals were frequently pawns in their divine games, their fates casually dictated by celestial whims. Think about it, your idea of a divine protector might be a guiding hand. Theirs was more often a celestial boot stamping on your face, just because. A particularly quirky tidbit that reflects the Greeks' fatalistic yet pragmatic approach to this divine unpredictability is the widespread use of euphemisms when speaking about powerful or dangerous gods, especially Hades, the lord of the underworld, whom we explored in a previous episode. Section 5 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods. Mortals would avoid speaking his name aloud, instead using titles like Pluto, the Wealthy One, the Unseen One, or the Kindly One, believing that speaking his true name might draw his attention and hasten their demise. Imagine trying to talk about your boss, but you can't say his actual name, because just saying it might make him appear and drag you to hell. Historians still argue whether the consistent portrayal of the Greek gods as morally ambiguous and unpredictable entities primarily served as a cultural mechanism for ancient Greeks to rationalize and cope with the inherent chaos, randomness, and harsh realities of the natural world and human existence. sudden death, natural disasters, unrequited love, allowing them to personify uncontrollable forces, or if these narratives also served a deeper sociological purpose, subtly reflecting and critiquing the arbitrary power wielded by human rulers and the profound social inequalities within Greek society, projecting human flaws onto the divine stage to make sense of their own world. Was it about understanding chaos or critiquing power that made the gods' interactions so terrifying? As you offer a small sacrifice of grain and wine at a wayside altar, feeling the dry dust on your knees, you quickly realize that your piety is not a shield. It's a humble plea, an attempt to stay off the gods' radar, knowing that even their blessings can come with hidden curses, and their attention, however fleeting, could mean your ultimate ruin. The very air around you, vibrant with life, is also thick with the potential for divine intervention. For a tragedy born not of your own actions, but of a celestial whim. You hear the distant thunder, the rustle of leaves that seems to carry a whispered name, and you feel a profound sense of awe, but also a chilling dread. The awful truth about being a mortal in Greek myths isn't just about hardship. It's about your terrifying insignificance under the gaze of capricious gods. Your life is a constant gamble with cosmic forces that wield absolute power, ensuring that even the most virtuous existence can be shattered by a passing divine desire, a petty grudge, or a cosmic misunderstanding. A chilling testament to humanity's profound vulnerability in a world ruled by deeply flawed and terrifyingly powerful divinities. Having felt the chilling insignificance of your mortal existence under the gaze of the Greek gods, your daily life is immediately shaped by their most pervasive and terrifying characteristic: divine interference, capricious whims. Forget predictable natural laws or a consistent moral order. The Olympians routinely inserted themselves into mortal affairs with startling unpredictability, profound indifference, and often devastating consequences, turning every aspect of your life from your harvest to your relationships, your health to your very survival into a constant gamble with forces utterly beyond your control. You quickly learn that even the most mundane events can be dictated by a god's passing fancy, and that a single displeased glance from Olympus could bring about utter ruin, turning your existence into a perpetual game of chance against unpredictable cosmic powers. It's like being a character in a very intricate, very high-stakes play, but the directors are constantly arguing, drunk, and occasionally decide to just kill off your character for no particular reason, just because they feel like it. You wake each morning, offer your prayers, and begin your daily tasks, whether tending your farm, sailing your fishing boat, or working in your workshop. But every unexpected misfortune, every inexplicable stroke of bad luck, sends a shiver of dread through you. A sudden, unseasonal drought blights your crops. A prosperous trade venture inexplicably fails. A loved one falls gravely ill with a mysterious ailment. These aren't just accidents. They are often interpreted as signs of divine intervention, the direct consequence of a god's anger, jealousy, or even a casual whim. One mainstream historical fact that utterly defines the arbitrary nature of mortal existence under the gods is that ancient Greek myths are replete with accounts of the Olympian gods directly intervening in mortal lives with profound indifference to human suffering, often for petty personal reasons, fleeting desires, or to settle divine grudges, leading to widespread tragedy, torment, and the arbitrary destruction of human lives without apparent justice or mercy. Mortals were frequently pawns in their divine games. their fates casually dictated by celestial whims that bore no relation to human merit or morality. Think about it. Your idea of divine guidance might be a gentle nudge. Theirs was a celestial bulldozer. Imagine the agonizing fates brought about by these capricious whims. You've already glimpsed some from our previous segment on the disturbing truth about Greek gods. Io, a nymph beloved by Zeus, was turned into a cow and relentlessly tormented by a gadfly sent by Hera, simply for being the object of Zeus's desire. Recall Hera's jealous, vengeful nature from that segment. Section 3. Actaeon, a mortal hunter, was transformed into a stag and torn apart by his own dogs for accidentally seeing Artemis bathing naked. Recall Artemis's cold, vengeful nature. Section 7. These aren't even punishments for malicious acts, but for unwitting trespass, a moment of beauty, or simply being caught in the crossfire of divine desire and jealousy. The consequences were universally horrifying. A particularly quirky tidbit that demonstrates the gods' casual indifference to the rules they themselves sometimes set is the tendency for them to completely ignore moral codes when it suited their fancy. Zeus, the king of the gods, frequently violated marital vows and oaths to pursue his desires. Remember him as supreme tyrant, serial abuser, from Section 2 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods, causing immense suffering to his lovers and their families, while simultaneously punishing mortals for lesser transgressions. Imagine your ultimate judge being someone who constantly breaks all his own rules, and you're the one who gets punished for it. Historians still argue whether the Greek myths depicting gods' arbitrary and often cruel interactions with mortals primarily served as a cultural explanation for the inherent unpredictability and harshness of life in the ancient world. Natural disasters, sudden misfortunes, unrequited love, illness, allowing them to personify uncontrollable forces and make sense of chaos. Or if these narratives also served a deeper sociological purpose, subtly reflecting and perhaps even critiquing the arbitrary power wielded by human rulers and the profound social inequalities within Greek society. Projecting human flaws onto the divine stage, thereby offering a form of catharsis or critique for mortal suffering. Was it about understanding chaos or critiquing power that made the gods' interactions so terrifying? The gods frequently intervened in human conflicts, not for justice, but to support their favored heroes, to settle divine scores, or simply to prolong the conflict for their own amusement. Recall Ares, bloodthirsty, reckless. From The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods. Section 10. Delighting in carnage. They might send plagues like Apollo. Section 6 in the Iliad. Cause famines Demeter. Section 11. Or incite madness Dionysus. Section 9. Their destructive powers unleashed with little regard for the thousands of mortal lives affected. Human suffering was often merely collateral damage, a side effect of their own divine dramas, a constant reminder that your life was a tiny pawn in a grand cosmic chess game. Even when gods seemingly helped mortals, their interventions often came with a hidden cost or unintended devastating consequences. A hero might receive divine aid to achieve a great feat, only for a jealous god or a long-forgotten prophecy to lead to his tragic downfall years later. Their gifts were rarely without strings, and their blessings could easily turn into curses, leaving you in a worse state than before. The psychological toll on mortals, living under the constant threat of these cruel whims, was immense. You would pray, offer sacrifices, and live by a strict moral code, not because it guaranteed safety, but because it was all you could do to perhaps slightly stack the odds in your favor, or at least avoid direct divine displeasure. The world was a precarious place, and your existence was a constant gamble with powers that were absolute, often unfeeling, and utterly beyond your control. You feel the cold dread of knowing that your every action, every thought, every minor success could be scrutinized by jealous or easily offended gods, and that your fate could be sealed by a single, unwitting mistake or a casual divine glance. You gaze at the clouds, then to the sea, trying to live humbly, to avoid drawing too much attention, hoping to pass through life unnoticed by the powerful, capricious gods above. The awful truth about being a mortal in Greek myths isn't just about hardship. It's about the horrifying, pervasive reality of divine interference. Your life is a constant gamble with cosmic forces that wield absolute power, ensuring that even the most virtuous existence can be shattered by a passing divine desire, a petty grudge, or a cosmic misunderstanding. A chilling testament to humanity's profound vulnerability in a world ruled by deeply flawed and terrifyingly powerful divinities, where every day was a dance with inevitable, unpredictable chaos. Having grappled with the terrifying unpredictability of divine interference, your understanding of mortal peril under the Greek gods now narrows to one of its most insidious and sexually violent forms: divine lust, dangerous attention. Forget being flattered or romantically pursued. Attracting a god's unwanted desire, particularly that of Zeus, Apollo, or Poseidon, was a terrifying cosmic curse, routinely leading to abduction, rape, forced transformation, and brutal retribution from jealous divine spouses, turning a moment of divine attraction into a lifelong, inescapable nightmare. You quickly learn that beauty, purity, or even just being in the wrong place at the wrong time could make you the target of a powerful, insatiable deity, and that your struggle against them was utterly futile, with devastating consequences. It's like being a helpless target in a horrifying, never-ending cosmic reality show, where the male gods are always the predators, and the female gods are always the vengeful exes, and you're just trying to survive being noticed. You walk through a sun-drenched meadow, or perhaps tend your flocks near a secluded river, unaware that a powerful Olympian, watching from afar, has fixed his gaze upon you. The air might feel suddenly charged, a subtle shift in the breeze, a feeling of being observed, but you wouldn't know why. Your beauty, your innocence, or simply your presence in a place sacred to a god, could be enough to trigger their unwanted desire. Your physical form, your very existence, becomes an object to be possessed, regardless of your will. One mainstream historical fact that utterly shatters any romanticized view of divine love is that ancient Greek myths are replete with accounts of Olympian gods, particularly Zeus, Apollo, and Poseidon, engaging in acts of abduction, sexual assault rape, and forced seduction of mortal women and sometimes men, often by disguising themselves, with the victims subsequently facing brutal revenge from jealous divine spouses, especially Hera, or suffering tragic fates and transformations, highlighting a pervasive pattern of divine sexual violence and exploitation. Consent was utterly irrelevant to these powerful beings. Think about it. Your idea of a divine encounter might be a blessing. Theirs was often a terrifying violation. Imagine the myriad forms this dangerous attention could take. Zeus, the king of the gods, was notorious. He transformed himself into a swan to trick Leda, a bull to abduct Europa dragging her across the sea to Crete, a shower of gold to infiltrate Danae's tower, or even a cloud to trick Io. These weren't passionate courtships. They were acts of divine deception and outright force, committed by a god who saw mortals, and even goddesses, as objects to be taken, his desires paramount, their will utterly irrelevant. The sheer terror of such an encounter, of being physically overwhelmed or subtly tricked by a being of cosmic power, is profound, a particularly quirky tidbit that demonstrates the god's casual cruelty and often. The horrific double standards is that the male gods who committed these acts of sexual violence rarely faced any significant punishment from other Olympians, especially Zeus, who was the primary offender, while their victims, often innocent, frequently suffered agonizing retribution from jealous divine spouses or were transformed into animals, plants, or constellations to hide the gods' indiscretions. Imagine being assaulted by a powerful figure, and then you're the one who gets punished for it by his angry wife, or turned into a tree to conceal his crime. Historians still argue whether the numerous Greek myths depicting divine sexual violence were primarily a reflection of deeply patriarchal ancient Greek society, serving to normalize and legitimate male dominance, female subjugation, and the lack of female consent by projecting these societal norms onto the divine realm, thereby accepting human actions as divinely ordained. Or if these narratives also served a deeper mythological purpose, exploring the chaotic and unpredictable nature of cosmic power, demonstrating that even beauty and purity could attract dangerous, destructive attention from powerful forces, and emphasizing the precariousness of human life in a cosmos where even the gods were profoundly flawed and driven by base desires. Was it about societal normalization or cosmic chaos that shaped these disturbing divine desires? The consequences for these unfortunate victims were almost universally horrific. Io, as we've seen, recall Hera's jealous, vengeful nature from Section 3 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods, was transformed into a cow by Zeus to hide her from Hera, but then mercilessly tormented by Hera, who sent a gadfly to sting her incessantly across vast continents, driving her to madness and perpetual flight. Callisto, a nymph and devoted follower of Artemis, was seduced or forced by Zeus, became pregnant, and was then exiled by a furious Artemis. Recall Artemis's cold, vengeful nature from Section 7 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods, and later turned into a bear by Hera or Zeus, nearly killed by her own son. Daphne, a nymph who desperately wished to remain a virgin, was relentlessly pursued by Apollo. Recall his arrogant, cruel nature from Section 6 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods, until she was transformed into a laurel tree to escape his unwanted advances, her escape a permanent loss of her humanity. The interventions of divine lust were rarely about love or true affection. They were about desire, power, and possession. The gods saw mortals as means to an end, objects for their pleasure, and their personal satisfaction was paramount, regardless of the mortal's will or suffering. Their blessings, when they involved such attention, often came with an invisible curse, a terrifying prelude to profound anguish and irreversible change. Even those who accepted a god's advances, or were simply too afraid to refuse, could face devastating consequences. Semele, seduced by Zeus, was tragically incinerated when she foolishly asked to see him in his true divine form, a request subtly encouraged by a jealous Hera, a testament to the fatal danger of divine intimacy. You feel the cold dread that permeates the air, the chilling awareness that your beauty, your purity, your very existence, could attract the unwanted gaze of a powerful god, and that such attention would be a profound curse. You watch the tragic fates of those who were simply too beautiful, too innocent, or too unlucky, and you realize that living under the gaze of these gods is a constant gamble, a desperate attempt to avoid their notice, their lust, or their terrifyingly destructive desires. The awful truth about Greek gods isn't just about their arbitrary interference, it's about the brutal, terrifying consequences of divine lust. Your very body is subject to their capricious whims, transforming divine attraction into a constant, terrifying shadow of abduction, violation, and relentless torment, ensuring that the heavy price of being noticed by an Olympian was often paid in profound suffering, irreversible transformation, and the utter loss of personal agency. A chilling testament to humanity's profound vulnerability in a world where even love could be a horrifying, unchosen curse. Having glimpsed the terrifying, violating power of divine lust, your understanding of mortal peril under the Greek gods now confronts a force even more pervasive and relentless. Divine jealousy, unrelenting vengeance. Forget mere irritation or a passing grudge. The furious envy of the Olympians, particularly Hera and Aphrodite, was an implacable, terrifying, and profoundly destructive force, meticulously orchestrated to inflict agonizing, often disproportionate, suffering on those who dared to challenge them, outshine them, or become targets of their rivals' affections. You quickly learn that offending a god's pride or crossing their spouse's path means facing a relentless, lethal pursuit, and that their vengeance is slow, insidious, and utterly inescapable, often consuming innocent lives in its path. It's like being caught in a perpetual, cosmic rivalry show, where the judges are all-powerful, easily offended, and will literally ruin your life or afterlife if you accidentally make one of them look bad. You stand on the sun-drenched plains of Greece, or perhaps within a bustling marketplace, trying to live your life. You might witness a particularly beautiful mortal, or a proud individual boasting of their skills. Your mind, however, is now attuned to the chilling tales of divine jealousy. The air, usually vibrant with life, now seems to carry a subtle hum of unseen animosity, a constant reminder that success or beauty can be a profound curse. You know that to attract the wrong kind of attention from an Olympian means inviting a relentless, agonizing retribution that spares no one. One mainstream historical fact that utterly shatters any romanticized view of a harmonious pantheon is that ancient Greek myths are replete with accounts of Olympian gods, particularly Hera and Aphrodite, engaging in brutal, relentless, and often disproportionate acts of revenge against rivals. Mortals, especially Zeus's lovers and their offspring, or those who challenged their divine authority or beauty, inflicting madness, eternal torment, and devastating misfortune, consistently portraying divine jealousy as a powerful and destructive force. Their envy frequently drove them to horrifying lengths. Think about it. Your idea of a divine queen is nurturing and kind. Theirs is a cosmic stalker with an endless list of victims. Imagine the agonizing fates fueled by this divine jealousy. You've already seen Io transformed into a cow and relentlessly tormented by Hera from Section 2, Divine Interference. Driven across continents by a gadfly, simply for being the object of Zeus's desire. Remember Hera's nature from the disturbing truth about Greek gods. Section 3. Jealous, vengeful. Callisto, another of Zeus's lovers and a follower of Artemis. Section 7 of Disturbing Truth about Greek Gods. was turned into a bear and nearly killed by her own son. All at Hera's vengeful insistence. These weren't fleeting acts of anger. They were prolonged campaigns of torment, designed to inflict maximum suffering. A particularly quirky tidbit that demonstrates the depth of this divine jealousy and its terrifying historical implications for mortals is the story of Semele. After Zeus seduced her, Hera, consumed by jealousy, disguised herself as an old woman and befriended Semele, subtly planting seeds of doubt about Zeus's true identity, urging Semele to demand Zeus reveal himself in his full divine glory. When Semele foolishly made this request, Zeus, bound by an oath, had no choice but to appear in his true form. Incinerating the mortal woman instantly recalls Zeus's terrifying power from Section 2 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods. This subtle manipulation, leading to a mortal's agonizing death, highlights Hera's cunning and her willingness to use indirect, yet equally lethal, means to achieve her vengeance. Imagine a divine rival literally pushing your new girlfriend to her death, and she thinks it's her own idea, simply because she was jealous. Historians still argue whether the Greek myths depicting gods' extreme jealousy and their relentless pursuit of revenge primarily served as a cultural warning against human hubris, excessive pride, and the dangers of offending powerful figures, both divine and mortal, reinforcing social norms against challenging authority. Or if these narratives also functioned as a way for ancient Greeks to explore and cope with the destructive power of human emotions like envy and unrequited love, projecting them onto the divine realm to understand their own world's chaos. Was it a lesson against pride, or a reflection of human destructive emotion that shaped these tales of divine vengeance? Aphrodite, the goddess of love, was also consumed by a profound vanity and jealousy when her beauty or influence was challenged. You've already seen her manipulative side. Recall manipulative, selfish, from The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods. Section 8. She famously caused Hippolytus's stepmother, Phaedra, to fall madly in love with him, leading to false accusations and his tragic death, simply because Hippolytus, a chaste prince, scorned Aphrodite and refused to worship her. Her vengeance was subtle, psychological, and devastatingly effective. She also famously instigated the entire Trojan War by promising Paris the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen, thereby inciting a decade-long conflict that devastated nations, all to assert her own supremacy in a beauty contest, a chilling display of global catastrophe stemming from divine vanity. The tools of divine vengeance were varied and terrifying, sending monstrous creatures, inflicting madness, orchestrating fatal accidents, turning victims into animals or plants, remember Io, Actaeon, Daphne, or causing devastating natural disasters. Their punishments were rarely quick or merciful. They were often prolonged, insidious, and psychologically devastating, designed to break down their victims slowly, leaving them in perpetual torment, or wiping out their entire lineage for a single slight. The divine memory was long, and their grudges eternal. Even other gods often held their breath when Hera or Aphrodite's jealous wrath was unleashed. Zeus himself, despite his supreme power, would sometimes go to great lengths to appease Hera or conceal his affairs, knowing the ferocity and persistence of her retribution if he was exposed. The Olympian court, despite its own feuds, often presented a united front against those who incurred their collective or individual wrath, making defiance a truly suicidal act for mortals. You feel the cold dread of divine animosity, the chilling awareness that your life is a constant gamble against unseen rivalries and personal grudges among the gods. You watch the agonizing fates of those who were simply too beautiful, too proud, or too unlucky to escape a god's envy. And you realize that living under the gaze of these Olympians means living in perpetual fear of a random spark of divine jealousy igniting a cosmic inferno that consumes your entire existence. The awful truth about Greek gods isn't just about divine lust. It's about the brutal, unrelenting vengeance driven by divine jealousy. Your very being is subject to their petty rivalries and burning envy, transforming their divine passions into a constant, terrifying shadow of unpredictable retribution, ensuring that the heavy price of personal glory or accidental association was often paid in agonizing torment, irreversible change, and the utter destruction of countless mortal lives. A chilling testament to the terrifying consequences of crossing a jealous god. Having experienced the terrifying, unrelenting vengeance fueled by divine jealousy, your understanding of mortal peril under the Greek gods now turns to a trap that mortals often, unknowingly, set for themselves: hubris, fatal flaw. Forget simple arrogance or a moment of boasting. In ancient Greece, excessive pride, particularly a mortal's direct challenge to divine authority, a boast of superiority over a god, or a denial of divine influence, was considered a grave offense, an act of supreme insolence that inevitably provoked a terrifying, often agonizing, and almost always disproportionate retribution from the Olympians. You quickly learn that your greatest strength, your ambition, or your talent can become your ultimate undoing, turning every moment of self-congratulation into a chilling prelude to cosmic punishment. It's like being a talented artist. But if you claim you're better than Picasso, Picasso will literally turn you into a spider. You stand in a bustling marketplace, or perhaps a local festival, listening to a craftsman boast of his unparalleled skill, or a hero recounting his mighty deeds with excessive pride. A subtle ripple of unease passes through the crowd. Some avert their eyes. Others offer quick prayers to avert divine attention. This isn't just about good manners, it's about avoiding hubris, that dangerous, overweening pride that dared to put a mortal on par with, or above, the gods. The air seems to thicken with unspoken warnings, a chilling reminder that the gods, for all their own flaws, tolerated no challenge to their supreme authority. One mainstream historical fact that utterly defines this terrifying concept is that in ancient Greek myths, hubris, excessive pride, or defiance towards the gods was consistently portrayed as a fatal flaw for mortals, inevitably provoking severe, often disproportionate, and agonizing divine punishment, including transformations, madness, prolonged torment, or death, serving as a powerful cultural warning against human arrogance and the dangers of challenging cosmic order. The gods saw such pride as a direct insult to their divinity. Think about it. Your biggest strength could also be the thing that gets you obliterated by a god. Imagine the agonizing fates fueled by hubris. You've already seen Niobe, a mortal queen who boasted that she had more children than Leto Apollo and Artemis's mother, suffer the ultimate retribution. Apollo and Artemis, remember them from sections 6 and 7 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods, mercilessly shot down all 14 of her children with their arrows, leaving her heartbroken and transformed into a weeping stone. Marsyas, a satyr, a half-human, half-goat creature, dared to challenge Apollo to a musical contest and foolishly won, only to be brutally flayed alive by the enraged god, his skin nailed to a tree, a horrifying testament to Apollo's intolerance for perceived musical superiority. A particularly quirky tidbit that demonstrates the god's often petty, yet utterly devastating response to hubris is the story of Arachne, a mortal weaver, renowned throughout Lydia for her unparalleled skill, dared to boast that her weaving was superior to even Athena's. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and crafts, disguised herself as an old woman and warned Arachne against such pride. But Arachne scoffed at the warning. Enraged, Athena revealed herself and challenged Arachne to a weaving contest. When Arachne's tapestry was judged to be flawless, even depicting the god's own scandalous affairs with unflinching realism, Athena, consumed by jealous fury, destroyed Arachne's work and beat her mercilessly. When Arachne, humiliated, tried to hang herself out of despair, Athena, in a twisted act of mercy, saved her by transforming her into a spider, condemning her to weave forever, a lifelong punishment for a single moment of pride and artistic excellence. Imagine being eternally transformed into an insect, simply because your art was too good, and a goddess was a sore loser. Historians still argue whether the Greek myths depicting such harsh divine punishments for hubris primarily served as a cultural warning against excessive arrogance and the dangers of challenging established authority, both divine and human, thereby reinforcing societal hierarchies and promoting humility. Or if these narratives also functioned as a way for ancient Greeks to explore and cope with the inherent unfairness and unpredictability of life, personifying natural disasters and inexplicable misfortunes as divine retribution, making hubris a convenient explanation for unavoidable tragedy. Was it a moral lesson, or a way to understand misfortune, that shaped the terrifying consequences of hubris? The consequences of hubris were rarely quick or merciful. They were often prolonged, insidious, and psychologically devastating, designed to inflict maximum suffering and serve as a terrifying example to other mortals. The gods, in their immense power, could transform mortals, drive them to madness, or inflict endless torment that stripped them of their humanity, leaving them in perpetual anguish. Your virtue, your piety, your entire existence is a constant tightrope walk against unknowingly committing hubris, a moment of joy, a boast of your own strength, a prayer that might be misinterpreted as a challenge. Any of these could draw the terrifying attention of a god. Sealing your fate. You are constantly aware of your own insignificance in the face of divine power, trying to live humbly, avoiding any act that might be perceived as a slight to the jealous, proud Olympians. You feel the cold dread of knowing that your own success, your own talent, could become the very cause of your undoing. You watch the agonizing fates of those who dared to defy the gods, and you realize that living under their gaze means living in perpetual fear of a random, devastating punishment, simply for being too good, too proud, or too noticeable. The awful truth about being a mortal in Greek myths isn't just about random misfortune, it's about the terrifying, inescapable consequences of hubris. Your life is a constant gamble with divine pride, transforming your very achievements into a potential curse, ensuring that your pursuit of excellence was perpetually shadowed by the terrifying threat of disproportionate divine retribution. A chilling testament to humanity's profound vulnerability in a world where arrogance could lead to an agonizing, irreversible, and eternally remembered demise. Even if you somehow manage to navigate the perilous trap of hubris, keeping your pride in check, your life as a mortal in Greek myths remained profoundly constrained by another, more insidious, and utterly inescapable force. Oaths and prophecies. Unbreakable bonds. Forget free will or the ability to shape your own destiny. In ancient Greece, solemn oaths sworn by gods or mortals, and chilling prophecies delivered by oracles were considered absolutely binding, dictating fates with an iron grip that no one, not even the gods themselves, could truly escape. You quickly learn that your future might be predetermined by a divine pronouncement made centuries ago, and that attempting to defy destiny only leads to a more tragic, agonizing, and often ironic fulfillment of a grim prophecy. It's like being forced to follow a script for your entire life, but the script is written in an ancient, cryptic language, and every attempt to improvise just makes the ending worse. You stand in a sacred grove, perhaps near a famous oracle like Delphi, or you hear a story recounted by a bard about a hero whose fate was sealed by a prophecy at birth. The air is thick with a sense of inevitability, a chilling understanding that the future is not yours to command. You, as a mortal, are born into a world where destiny is a very real, very powerful, and utterly unavoidable force, often dictated by pronouncements made by beings far more powerful than yourself. One mainstream historical fact that utterly defines the Greek concept of destiny is that ancient Greek myths frequently emphasize the absolute power of prophecies and solemn oaths sworn by gods or mortals, portraying them as unbreakable bonds that dictated the fates of individuals, entire families, and even nations, leading to seemingly predetermined outcomes that often occurred despite, or ironically because of, desperate attempts to defy them. This belief in inescapable destiny was a central theme in Greek tragedy and philosophical thought. Think about it. Your entire life story might already be written, and you have no say in the ending. Imagine a chilling prophecy delivered at your birth. Perhaps it foretells a glorious future, but also a tragic end. Or, more commonly, it might warn of a terrible crime you are destined to commit, or a gruesome fate that awaits you. Oedipus, for instance, was cursed by a prophecy that he would kill his father and marry his mother. Despite his parents' desperate attempts to avert this fate by abandoning him, and his own efforts to flee, the prophecy was tragically fulfilled, leading to immense suffering and the destruction of his family. The very act of trying to escape destiny ironically led him directly to it. A particularly quirky tidbit that demonstrates the terrifying ingenuity of prophecies and the gods' delight in manipulating mortals is the use of ambiguous or cryptic prophecies, oracles, particularly the Pythia at Delphi, whom we might explore more in a later segment, often delivered prophecies that could be interpreted in multiple ways, leading mortals to make choices that, in their attempt to achieve a favorable outcome, unwittingly brought about the prophesied doom. Imagine being given a life or death clue that sounds helpful, but is actually a riddle designed to trap you. And no matter what you do, you're fulfilling a grim destiny. Historians still argue whether the Greek belief in the inescapable power of prophecies and divine oaths was primarily a cultural mechanism for ancient Greeks to rationalize the unpredictable and often tragic events of human life, providing a mythological framework for understanding unavoidable suffering and the limits of free will, or if these narratives also served a deeper sociological purpose, reinforcing the power of religious authorities like oracles and the importance of adhering to solemn vows in a society where trust and honor were paramount. Was it about understanding fate, or enforcing social norms, that made oaths and prophecies so powerful? Oaths, once sworn, were equally binding and terrifying. Gods, when they swore an oath by the river Styx, were utterly bound by it, even to their own detriment. Mortal, 2. When they swore a solemn oath perhaps in a legal dispute, which we explored in Why Justice Sucked in the Middle Ages. Section 4. Trial by ordeal, often involved oaths, were believed to be held accountable by the gods. Breaking an oath could incur swift and brutal divine punishment, turning even a seemingly minor transgression into a cosmic offense. You might witness a desperate mortal trying to fulfill an impossible oath, or suffering agonizingly for a broken vow, knowing that the gods never forgot and never forgave a lie sworn in their name. The very concept of a hero in Greek myths is often intertwined with inescapable destiny. Heroes like Achilles were foretold to have a short but glorious life, and despite their might, their fate was sealed. Heracles, for all his strength, was driven by prophecies and divine commands to perform his impossible labors, often due to Hera's vengeance. Remember Section 3. Their greatness was not solely their own doing, but a path laid out by an unyielding cosmic force. The psychological toll of living under such a predetermined fate is immense. You might strive for a particular outcome, only to find yourself constantly thwarted by seemingly random events that subtly push you towards your prophesied doom. The idea that your every choice, every action, is merely a step in a script already written can lead to profound despair, a sense of utter powerlessness, and a chilling resignation to your ultimate fate. Free will becomes an illusion, and life a terrifying journey towards an inescapable conclusion. You feel the cold dread of inevitability, the heavy weight of a future already written, and the profound helplessness of being a mere pawn in a cosmic drama. You gaze at the stars, then to the ground, searching for signs, for understanding, but finding only the chilling certainty of predetermined suffering. The awful truth about being a mortal in Greek myths isn't just about random misfortune, it's about the terrifying, inescapable reality of oaths and prophecies. Your life is an unbreakable bond to a predetermined destiny, transforming your struggles into a futile battle against cosmic will, ensuring that your triumphs were fleeting, your sorrows profound, and your ultimate fate often tragic. A chilling testament to humanity's profound powerlessness in a world where destiny was a brutal and utterly unavoidable force. Even if you somehow lived a life free from the predetermined shackles of oaths and prophecies, your mortal existence in Greek myths remained perpetually imperiled by another, far more tangible, yet equally terrifying. Danger, monsters, and heroes. Collateral damage. Forget the thrilling tales of heroic quests. The ancient Greek world was teeming with terrifying mythical beasts and the larger-than-life heroes sent to slay them, turning your peaceful village, your quiet journey, or even your very home into a potential battleground, caught in the terrifying crossfire between colossal creatures and their often reckless divine or semi-divine adversaries. You quickly learn that your greatest fear isn't just the monster itself, but the immense, unavoidable danger of being in the wrong place at the wrong time when a hero decides to get famous, transforming your ordinary life into a horrifying casualty of someone else's legendary glory. It's like being a civilian in a perpetual giant monster movie, where Godzilla is always stomping through your city, and the guy who's supposed to stop him often causes even more destruction. You stand in your field, tending your crops, when a terrifying roar echoes from the nearby mountains, or a chilling shriek pierces the air from the distant sea. These aren't just sounds. They are the terrifying reality of mythical creatures, beasts that defy comprehension, beings of immense power and malevolent intent, Perhaps it's a minotaur terrorizing Crete, a hydra poisoning Lerna, a gorgon turning all to stone, or a fierce chimera laying waste to the countryside. Your peaceful world is abruptly shattered by the terrifying intrusion of a living nightmare. And your primary concern shifts from daily survival to simply avoiding being devoured, cursed, or trampled. One mainstream historical fact that utterly defines this pervasive danger for mortals is that ancient Greek myths are filled with accounts of terrifying monsters, Hydra, Minotaur, Sphinx, Medusa, and dangerous mythical creatures that frequently caused widespread destruction, devoured humans, or inflicted curses, forcing mortals to live in constant fear, while the heroes sent to defeat them often caused extensive collateral damage to towns, landscapes, and innocent lives in their pursuit of glory, highlighting the immense peril of existing near these supernatural conflicts. Your home could literally be destroyed just because a hero decided to pass through. Imagine the terror as a monster approaches. A village might be terrorized by a giant boar, a menacing sphinx demanding riddles, or a winged harpy stealing food. The fear is palpable, consuming entire communities. People flee, hide, or desperately seek help from the gods or a passing hero. Their lives utterly disrupted by the monstrous presence. These creatures are not just a nuisance, they are existential threats, capable of destroying your livelihood, your family, or your very life. A particularly quirky tidbit that demonstrates the unpredictable nature of these monstrous threats and the hero's often reckless methods is the myth of the Caledonian boar. After King Oeneus of Caledon angered Artemis, remember her cold, vengeful nature from The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods. Section 7. She sent a monstrous boar to ravage his lands. The hunt for this creature involved numerous heroes, but the hunt itself caused immense destruction to the land, and many hunters died in the pursuit, illustrating that even hunting a monster could be as destructive as the monster itself. Imagine your entire town being destroyed, not just by the giant, rampaging boar, but by the heroes who show up to hunt it, making the cure almost as bad as the disease. Historians still argue whether the prevalence of monster myths in ancient Greece primarily served as a cultural explanation for the unpredictable and often destructive forces of nature, Jagjai, floods, droughts, wild animals, inexplicable diseases, allowing them to personify chaos and danger, or if these narratives also served a deeper sociological purpose, reflecting societal anxieties about external threats, internal strife, and the dangers of unchecked power, both human and divine, with monsters acting as metaphors for various societal evils. Was it about understanding nature or critiquing society that shaped the terrifying monsters? Then come the heroes. These are the larger-than-life figures, often demigods or mortals favored by the Olympians, sent to slay the monsters, complete impossible labors, or embark on grand quests. Figures like Heracles, Perseus, Jason, or Theseus. They bring with them a whirlwind of divine attention to ensure that divine interference capricious whims from Section 2, epic battles, and, crucially, immense collateral damage for anyone caught in their wake. Their pursuit of glory often leaves a trail of destruction that utterly devastates the innocent. Imagine your village caught in the path of Heracles battling the Lernaean Hydra. While he slays the beast, its venomous blood might poison your lands, or its regenerating heads might cause immense destruction to your homes. Or your family's farm might be trampled by the Caledonian boar hunt, its fields laid waste by the rampaging animal and the desperate heroes pursuing it. your property, your livelihood, your very safety, are utterly irrelevant when a hero is performing his glorious deeds. The danger isn't just from the direct conflict. You might accidentally insult a hero, or fail to provide him with proper hospitality, incurring his wrath or the wrath of the gods who favor him. You might be forced to provide supplies, shelter, or even manpower for his quest, disrupting your daily life and exposing you to unforeseen perils. Your quiet existence is simply swallowed by the grand narrative of someone else's heroism, and your suffering is rarely, if ever, recorded in the glorious myths. You feel the ground tremble beneath your feet, hear the terrifying roar of a mythical beast, and the crashing sounds of a hero's battle. Knowing that your life is caught in the crossfire, you hide in your cellar or flee to the hills, praying for a merciful end to the destruction. The awful truth about being a mortal in Greek myths isn't just about the gods' cruel whims. It's about the terrifying reality of monsters and heroes. Your life is a constant gamble against vast, destructive forces, transforming your ordinary existence into a harrowing backdrop for someone else's epic glory. Ensuring that the heavy price of mythical battles was often paid in the profound, unacknowledged suffering and widespread collateral damage inflicted upon countless innocent mortals. A chilling testament to humanity's profound vulnerability when caught between colossal creatures and their divinely favored, often reckless, adversaries. Having witnessed the chaotic destruction wrought by monsters and heroes, leaving you as mere collateral damage, your understanding of mortal peril under the Greek gods now settles on a concept that should offer solace, but more often brought only profound terror. Justice arbitrary, brutal, forget a clear code of conduct, a fair trial, or a proportional response to wrongdoing. Punishment from the Olympians was frequently arbitrary, disproportionate, and utterly terrifying, inflicted for reasons that often seemed petty, obscure, or even accidental, turning the very concept of divine retribution into a chilling cosmic lottery. You quickly learn that appeasing the gods is a perilous gamble, and that a small offense, or even an unwitting trespass, could bring about a lifetime of agonizing torment or a swift, brutal, and utterly undeserved demise with no one to appeal to. It's like being subject to a legal system where the judge can decide to destroy your entire life for a parking ticket just because he felt like it, and you have no right to appeal to a higher power because he is the higher power. You live your life in ancient Greece, striving to be pious, offering sacrifices at local temples, honoring the gods in your daily prayers. You strive to avoid hubris, that excessive pride that often incurred divine wrath. Remember that, from Section 5, you participate in the rituals. You seek advice from oracles, hoping to gain divine favor or, more importantly, to simply avoid drawing the capricious attention of a deity. But the myths whispered by storytellers, depicted in tragedies, and recounted by priests, paint a terrifying picture of a justice system driven by divine whims, personal grudges, and often an appalling lack of mercy. Your understanding of fairness and proportionality simply doesn't apply to the Olympians. Their rules are their own, and they are absolute. One mainstream historical fact that utterly shatters any romanticized view of a caring or consistently just pantheon is that ancient Greek myths frequently depict the Olympian gods inflicting punishments on mortals and sometimes other deities that were arbitrary, disproportionate to the perceived offense, or primarily driven by petty jealousy, lust, or personal slights, often resulting in agonizing torment, madness, irreversible transformation, or death. consistently highlighting a divine justice system that operated on unpredictable and often cruel whims, rather than a consistent moral code of right and wrong. Their idea of justice was terrifyingly subjective and self-serving. Think about it. Your idea of a just punishment might be a fine or imprisonment. Theirs was being turned into a spider for being too good at weaving. Imagine the countless victims of this harsh justice. You've already glimpsed some of these agonizing fates. Actaeon was turned into a stag and torn apart by his own dogs for accidentally seeing Artemis bathing naked. Recall Artemis's cold, vengeful nature from Section 7 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods. Io was transformed into a cow and relentlessly tormented by a gadfly sent by Hera, simply for being loved by Zeus. Remember Hera's jealous, vengeful nature from Section 3 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods. Marsyas was brutally flayed alive by Apollo for daring to win a musical contest against him. Recall Apollo's arrogant, cruel nature from Section 6 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods. Cassandra was cursed to speak true prophecies that no one would ever believe, for rejecting Apollo's romantic advances also. Section 6 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods. These aren't consequences of profound evil or great moral failings on the mortal's part. They are often the horrific results of unwitting trespass, a moment of excessive pride, a brief period of beauty that attracted unwanted attention, or simply being caught in the crossfire of divine dramas. The punishment almost always outweighed the crime by an astronomical margin, and there was absolutely no appeal to a higher court. A particularly quirky tidbit that demonstrates the gods' unpredictable nature and the depth of their disproportionate wrath is the story of Arachne, a mortal weaver, renowned throughout Lydia for her unparalleled skill, dared to boast that her weaving was superior to even Athena's. Athena, the goddess of wisdom and crafts, disguised herself as an old woman and warned Arachne against such pride. But Arachne scoffed at the warning. Enraged, Athena revealed herself and challenged Arachne to a weaving contest. When Arachne's tapestry was judged to be flawless, even depicting the god's own scandalous affairs with unflinching realism, Athena, consumed by jealous fury, destroyed Arachne's work and beat her mercilessly. When Arachne, humiliated, tried to hang herself out of despair, Athena, in a twisted act of mercy, saved her by transforming her into a spider, condemning her to weave forever. A lifelong, agonizing punishment for a single moment of pride and artistic excellence. Imagine being eternally transformed into an insect, simply because your art was too good, and a goddess was a sore loser who couldn't stand being outshone. Historians still argue whether the Greek myths depicting such harsh and disproportionate divine punishments for hubris or other perceived slights primarily served as a cultural warning against excessive arrogance and the dangers of challenging established authority, both divine and human, thereby reinforcing societal hierarchies and promoting humility. Or if these narratives also functioned as a way for ancient Greeks to explore and cope with the inherent unfairness and unpredictability of life, personifying natural disasters and inexplicable misfortunes as divine retribution, making hubris a convenient explanation for unavoidable tragedy. Was it about moral lessons and social control, or a way to make sense of inexplicable suffering that shaped their cruel justice? The gods rarely acknowledged their own flaws or disproportionate responses. Their power was absolute, their will supreme, and their actions were, by definition, just because they were divine. This meant that mortals had no recourse, no way to argue their case, no hope for a fair hearing when caught in the crosshairs of divine wrath. A mortal might beg for mercy, offer endless sacrifices, plead with other, more sympathetic deities. But if a god was determined to inflict punishment, nothing could stop it. The decree was absolute, and its execution often merciless. Their punishments were often prolonged and agonizing, designed to torment both body and mind. They might inflict madness, endless wandering, constant pain, or irreversible transformations that stripped individuals of their humanity. The goal was not just to kill, but to make the suffering a public, enduring spectacle, a terrifying warning to others, a living testament to the consequences of defying the divine. The very landscape of Greece was littered with the monuments of divine vengeance: a weeping stone, a cursed spring, a mountain where a hero suffered endlessly, forever marked by cosmic retribution. Even other gods often held their peace when one of their Olympian brethren inflicted such punishments, perhaps out of fear, or a reluctant acceptance of the unpredictable and absolute nature of their shared power. Their own squabbles might be petty, but their methods of retaliation were universally brutal, and their justice, a terrifying reflection of their own human-like flaws magnified to a cosmic scale, was profoundly inconsistent and chillingly absolute. You feel the cold dread of knowing that your every action, every thought, could be scrutinized by jealous or easily offended gods, and that your fate could be sealed by a single, unwitting mistake. You pray diligently. You offer your sacrifices, but a subtle tremor of fear accompanies every act of piety, knowing that even the most devout can become victims of a passing divine whim. The awful truth about being a mortal in Greek myths isn't just about random misfortune. It's about the terrifying, unpredictable, and utterly harsh divine justice. Your very existence is a constant gamble with cosmic forces that wield absolute power, ensuring that even a small offense could lead to agonizing, disproportionate, and utterly inescapable torment. A chilling testament to humanity's profound vulnerability in a world ruled by deeply flawed and terrifyingly powerful divinities, where fate was a brutal and utterly unavoidable force. Having witnessed the arbitrary and brutal nature of divine justice, your understanding of mortal peril under the Greek gods now shifts from individual torment to collective catastrophe war gods' playground. Forget conflicts driven solely by human ambition or territorial disputes. In ancient Greek myths, countless human wars were ignited, prolonged, or dramatically altered by the direct, often petty, and profoundly self-serving interventions of the Olympian gods, turning battlefields into their personal arenas for settling grudges, testing heroes, or simply indulging in the visceral thrill of carnage. You quickly learn that your life as a soldier is often a pawn in a cosmic chess game, and that your victory or defeat might hinge not on your courage or skill, but on which God happens to be in a bad mood, or favors your enemy, turning every conflict into a terrifying, unpredictable gamble with divine interference. It's like being forced to fight in a very real, very bloody war. But the generals on both sides are invisible, immortal, and constantly trying to sabotage each other's plans just for kicks. And you're just trying not to get caught in the crossfire. You stand on a battlefield, perhaps before the walls of Troy, or amidst the clash of Greek city-states. The air is thick with dust, the metallic tang of sweat and fear, and the nervous murmur of thousands of men awaiting the signal to charge. But this conflict feels different. Whispers circulate among the soldiers Athena has just visited Achilles, or Apollo has sent a plague through the Achaean camp. Remember that plague from section 6 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods. The presence of the gods, unseen but palpable, permeates the very fabric of the conflict, making human agency seem almost insignificant. One mainstream historical fact that utterly defines the nature of conflict in Greek mythology is that ancient Greek myths frequently depict the Olympian gods directly intervening in human wars, inciting conflicts, favoring specific heroes or sides, manipulating events, and causing widespread destruction, often for personal grudges, fleeting desires, or to settle divine rivalries, thereby portraying human warfare as a literal playground for divine whims rather than solely human endeavor. Their involvement often prolonged and intensified mortal suffering. Think about it. Your war isn't just a war, it's a proxy battle for celestial drama. Imagine the chaotic, often contradictory divine interventions. Zeus, though supposedly neutral as king of the gods, frequently intervened to fulfill prophecies or to aid his favored children, often sending omens, inspiring courage, or even hurling lightning bolts to sway the tide of battle. Hera, perpetually consumed by jealousy, remember her unrelenting vengeance from section 4, would relentlessly plot against heroes favored by Zeus or against entire cities she despised like Troy, inciting conflict, aiding their enemies, and actively prolonging the suffering. Apollo, depending on his mood or a specific grievance, might send plagues through an army as he did to the Achaeans in the Iliad. Section 6 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods, or guide an arrow to strike a particular hero. Ares, the bloodthirsty and reckless god of war. Section 10 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods, delighted in senseless carnage, often fighting on both sides, sowing discord and inciting men to greater brutality, simply for the thrill of the bloodshed. A particularly quirky tidbit that demonstrates the gods' casual and often cruel manipulation of human warfare is their habit of disguising themselves as mortals or other deities to intervene directly in battles, whispering advice into a hero's ear, snatching a favored warrior from danger, or even personally injuring an enemy, all without revealing their true divine forms. Imagine fighting in a battle, and you suddenly feel a surge of impossible strength, or see your enemy inexplicably stumble, utterly unaware that a powerful god just subtly nudged fate, turning the entire conflict into a literal puppet show. Historians still argue whether the Greek myths depicting gods' direct and extensive involvement in human wars primarily served as a cultural mechanism for ancient Greeks to rationalize the unpredictable and often devastating nature of conflict, sudden victories, inexplicable defeats, mass casualties, allowing them to personify chaotic forces and make sense of human suffering. Or if these narratives also functioned as a subtle way to highlight the overwhelming powerlessness of mortals in the face of destiny and divine will, emphasizing that human courage and strategy ultimately meant little against cosmic intervention. Was it about explaining chaos, or about demonstrating human insignificance, that shaped these tales of divine warfare? The battles themselves were brutal, often prolonged by divine interference. A god might inspire courage in a routed army, causing them to rally against impossible odds, prolonging the bloodshed. Another might cause confusion among the enemy ranks, leading to a sudden, inexplicable rout. The suffering of mortals, the countless lives lost, the devastation of cities and lands, all were merely backdrop to the gods' personal dramas, their eternal feuds, or their transient desires. You, as a soldier, might witness impossible feats on the battlefield, or inexplicable shifts in fortune, without understanding the divine hands pulling the strings. Your victory might be due to Athena's favor, your defeat to Poseidon's wrath. Remember his raging petty temper from Section 4 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods, or your death to the casual whim of a god seeking amusement. Your courage, your skill, your very sacrifice might be utterly irrelevant in the grand cosmic scheme, a chilling realization that renders your efforts almost meaningless. The psychological toll on those who survived these conflicts was immense. You would live with the knowledge that your world wasn't governed by predictable laws, but by the arbitrary whims of powerful, immortal beings who viewed human lives as expendable. This bred a profound sense of fatalism, which we'll explore in the next section, and a terrifying resignation to forces utterly beyond your control. You feel the ground tremble beneath your feet, hear the roar of men and the clash of steel, and sense the unseen presence of divine forces subtly influencing the carnage. You fight desperately, but a part of you knows that your fate is being decided not by your own hand, but by the capricious actions of beings whose personal dramas have turned your war into their plaything. The awful truth about being a mortal in Greek myths isn't just about individual torment. It's about the terrifying reality of war as God's playground. Your life as a soldier is consumed by conflicts inflamed and prolonged by divine intervention, transforming every battle into a high-stakes gamble with cosmic forces that wield absolute power, ensuring that the heavy price of human conflict was perpetually paid in immense, often pointless, bloodshed. A chilling testament to humanity's profound powerlessness in a world where even war was dictated by the terrifying whims of deeply flawed and unpredictable divinities. Even if you miraculously survived the chaotic, brutal reality of human wars inflamed by divine interference, your life as a mortal in Greek myths remained perpetually overshadowed by the most pervasive and ultimately inescapable force, fate inescapable destiny. Forget free will, personal choices, or the ability to truly shape your own future. In ancient Greece, your life's path, its triumphs, and its inevitable tragic end were often predetermined by a cosmic force, by prophecies, or by divine pronouncements made before your birth, dictating your destiny with an iron grip that no one, not even the gods themselves, could truly escape or alter. You quickly learn that your journey through life is merely a fulfillment of a script already written, and that every attempt to defy your predetermined path only leads you closer to its tragic, agonizing, and often ironic conclusion. It's like being forced to act in a very long, very complex play, but your lines are set in stone, and every attempt to improvise just makes the ending worse, often for everyone around you. You stand at a crossroads, pondering a difficult choice, or perhaps you hear a bard recounting the tale of a hero whose destiny was foretold from birth. The air around you, usually filled with the sounds of daily life, now seems to carry a subtle hum of inevitability, a chilling understanding that your future is not yours to command. You, as a mortal, are born into a world where fate Moira, destiny Ananka, and prophecy Mantis are very real, very powerful, and utterly unavoidable forces, often dictated by pronouncements made by beings far more powerful and ancient than yourself. Your prayers, your sacrifices, your struggles all can be rendered meaningless by a predetermined path. One mainstream historical fact that utterly defines the Greek concept of existence is that ancient Greek myths and philosophical thought placed immense emphasis on the concept of inescapable fate. Moira or Ananka, where the destinies of mortals and even gods were predetermined by cosmic forces or prophecies, leading to tragic outcomes that often occurred despite desperate attempts to defy them, highlighting humanity's inherent powerlessness in the face of an unyielding cosmic order. The belief in predetermined destiny was a central theme in Greek tragedy and philosophical inquiry. Think about it. Your entire life story might already be written, and you have no say in the ending, however grim. Imagine a chilling prophecy delivered at your birth, or even before your conception. Perhaps it foretells a glorious but ultimately tragic life, or, more commonly, it might warn of a terrible crime you are destined to commit, a monstrous deed you will unwittingly perform, or a gruesome fate that awaits you. Oedipus, for instance, was cursed by a prophecy that he would kill his father and marry his mother, despite his parents' desperate attempts to avert this fate by abandoning him, and his own efforts to flee his supposed home. The prophecy was tragically and ironically fulfilled, leading to immense suffering, blindness, and the utter destruction of his family. The very act of trying to escape destiny paradoxically led him directly to it, a cruel twist of cosmic fate. A particularly quirky tidbit that demonstrates the terrifying ingenuity of these prophecies and the gods' delight in manipulating mortals towards their predetermined ends is the use of ambiguous or cryptic prophecies. Oracles, particularly the Pythia at Delphi, often delivered prophecies that could be interpreted in multiple ways, leading mortals to make choices that, in their desperate attempt to achieve a favorable outcome, unwittingly brought about the prophesied doom. Remember how Apollo manipulated Cassandra's prophecies in Section 6 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods, condemning her to speak truth no one would believe. Imagine being given a life-or-death clue that sounds helpful, but is actually a riddle designed to ensnare you. And no matter what you do, you're merely a puppet on the strings of a grim destiny. Historians still argue whether the Greek belief in the inescapable power of prophecies and divine oaths was primarily a cultural mechanism for ancient Greeks to rationalize the unpredictable and often tragic events of human life, sudden death, natural disasters, unrequited love, illness, providing a mythological framework for understanding unavoidable suffering and the limits of human free will, or if these narratives also served a deeper sociological purpose, reinforcing the power of religious authorities like oracles and the importance of adhering to solemn vows in a society where trust and honor were paramount, thereby encouraging compliance through the fear of cosmic retribution. Did it help them cope with chaos, or just enforce social norms that made oaths and prophecies so powerful? Oaths, once sworn by gods or mortals, were equally binding and terrifying. Gods, when they swore an oath by the sacred river Styx, a river in the underworld. Hades' domain. Remember Section 5 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods, were utterly bound by it, even to their own detriment, facing severe consequences if they broke their word. Mortals, too, when they swore a solemn oath perhaps in a legal dispute, which we explored in Why Justice Sucked in the Middle Ages. Section 4. Trial by ordeal often involved oaths were believed to be held accountable by the gods, often facing brutal divine punishment for broken vows. This meant that a fleeting promise, made in haste or desperation, could irrevocably bind your future and bring devastating consequences. The very concept of a hero in Greek myths is often intertwined with inescapable destiny. Heroes like Achilles were foretold to have a short but glorious life, and despite his might and his mother Thetis's efforts to protect him, his fate was sealed by the arrow to his heel, Heracles, for all his immense strength, was driven by prophecies and divine commands to perform his impossible labors, often due to Hera's vengeance. Remember Section 3, his seemingly heroic deeds merely fulfilling a predetermined path. Their greatness was not solely their own doing, but a path laid out by an unyielding cosmic force, a terrifying testament to the limits of even divine will. The psychological toll of living under such a predetermined fate is immense. You might strive for a particular outcome, only to find yourself constantly thwarted by seemingly random events that subtly push you towards your prophesied doom. The idea that your every choice, every action, is merely a step in a script already written, can lead to profound despair, a sense of utter powerlessness, and a chilling resignation to your ultimate fate. Free will becomes an illusion, and life a terrifying journey towards an inescapable conclusion. Your actions merely echoes of a cosmic decree. You feel the cold dread of inevitability, the heavy weight of a future already written, and the profound helplessness of being a mere pawn in a cosmic drama. You gaze at the stars, then to the ground, searching for signs, for understanding, but finding only the chilling certainty of predetermined suffering. The awful truth about being a mortal in Greek myths isn't just about random misfortune or divine cruelty. It's about the terrifying, inescapable reality of fate. Your life is an unbreakable bond to a predetermined destiny, transforming your struggles into a futile battle against cosmic will, ensuring that your triumphs were fleeting, your sorrows profound, and your ultimate fate often tragic and predetermined. A chilling testament to humanity's profound powerlessness in a world where destiny was a brutal and utterly unavoidable force, dictating every step of your mortal existence, even if your life was constrained by an inescapable destiny. Your existence as a mortal in Greek myths occasionally faced a far more terrifying and utterly abhorrent demand. Human sacrifice, desperate measures. Forget simple animal offerings or pious prayers in times of extreme crisis, or to appease truly vengeful deities. Ancient Greek myths and occasional historical accounts hint at the horrifying practice of offering human lives, particularly innocent individuals, to avert divine wrath, secure victory in war, or ensure a bountiful harvest, turning desperate piety into an act of unspeakable cruelty. You quickly learn that your life, however precious, could become a mere bargaining chip in a cosmic negotiation, and that the gods' favor might demand the ultimate, most horrifying price, transforming desperate hope into a blood-soaked ritual. It's like being forced to throw your own child into a volcano just to make it stop raining, and everyone believes it will work. You stand in a sacred grove, or perhaps near a besieged city, the air thick with tension, fear, and the scent of impending doom. A devastating plague, remember those invisible killers from Section 6 of Why You Wouldn't Survive a Day in Ancient Egypt, which the gods also sent. Like Apollo in the Iliad is ravaging your community, or your army is facing utter defeat in a brutal war, recall War God's Playground, from Section 9. The oracles have been consulted, those often cryptic prophecies. Section 6. And their chilling pronouncement has come. Divine wrath demands a human life. The community, gripped by terror and desperation, begins to look for the chosen victim, and a cold dread washes over you. One mainstream historical fact that utterly shatters any romanticized view of ancient Greek religious practice is that while large-scale, systematic human sacrifice was generally not a common or accepted practice throughout most of classical Greek history, unlike some other ancient cultures like the Carthaginians, whom we will explore later. Occasional myths and rare historical accounts suggest its desperate practice in times of extreme crisis. Is, jak, plague, famine, war to appease exceptionally wrathful deities, often involving the sacrifice of virgins or specific individuals deemed ritually pure. This extreme act was a testament to ultimate desperation and a profound belief in divine power. Think about it. Your solution to a bad harvest might be to kill a person. Imagine the agonizing decision. The community, the elders, the priests would be consumed by debate, desperation warring with their sense of humanity. But if the God's will was clear, if the suffering was too immense, the terrible decision would be made. The victim might be chosen by lots or by divine decree, or perhaps tragically. Be an innocent individual whose purity was deemed most pleasing to the vengeful deity. Their fate is sealed, their life sacrificed for the perceived good of the many. A particularly quirky tidbit that demonstrates the grim choice involved in such sacrifices and the Greeks' complex views on fate is the myth of Iphigenia. When the Greek fleet was becalmed at Aulis and unable to sail to Troy, the prophet Calchas declared that Artemis remember her cold, vengeful nature. Section 7 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods demanded the sacrifice of Agamemnon's daughter, Iphigenia, to allow the winds to blow. Agamemnon, facing the impossible choice between sacrificing his daughter and abandoning the war, reluctantly agreed. In some versions of the myth, Artemis, at the last moment, replaces Iphigenia with a deer on the altar, whisking her away to serve as her priestess in Tauris. Imagine being moments away from being sacrificed by your own father to save a fleet, only for a goddess to swap you out for an animal at the last second, leading to a new life of servitude, a twisted kind of divine mercy. Historians still argue whether the myths describing human sacrifice in ancient Greece were primarily allegorical narratives, reflecting profound moral dilemmas and the devastating choices made during times of extreme crisis, rather than literal historical practices, serving as a way to explore the limits of human suffering and divine demands, or if such myths also served to justify extremely violent acts in their historical past, retrospectively legitimizing desperate acts in times of chaos by linking them to divine will. Was it literal practice or profound moral allegory that shaped these disturbing myths? The ritual itself would be terrifying. The victim, often a young virgin whose purity was believed to make the offering more potent, would be led to the altar, adorned with garlands. Priests would perform solemn prayers, their voices echoing, invoking the deity whose wrath demanded this ultimate price. The air would be thick with tension, fear, and the profound, chilling understanding that a human life was about to be deliberately extinguished for a supernatural purpose. The act would be performed, often with a knife. The blood spilled upon the altar, a desperate offering to quell divine fury. The psychological toll on the community, having performed such a horrifying act, would be immense. Guilt, fear, and a desperate hope for divine favor would mingle with the grim reality of what they had done. They would live with the knowledge that they had sacrificed one of their own, praying that the gods would be appeased and avert further catastrophe. The decision to resort to human sacrifice was always a desperate measure, an indication of profound crisis and extreme fear. A moment when conventional offerings were deemed insufficient to secure divine favor. You feel the cold dread of knowing that your own life, or the life of a loved one, could be demanded by a vengeful god, a mere pawn in a cosmic negotiation. You watch as the ritual unfolds, your body trembling, your mind grappling with the horrifying demand for human blood. The awful truth about being a mortal in Greek myths isn't just about random misfortune or harsh divine justice. It's about the terrifying reality of human sacrifice. Your very existence could be demanded as a desperate measure to appease angry deities, transforming your life into a tragic bargaining chip, ensuring that the heavy price of divine favor was sometimes paid in blood. A chilling testament to humanity's profound vulnerability and terrifying choices in a world where gods demanded the ultimate cost. Even if your life was not tragically cut short by the horrifying demands of human sacrifice, your journey as a mortal in Greek myths led to one final, inescapable, and often profoundly depressing reality: afterlife. Grim uncertainty. Forget the blissful field of reeds promised by the Egyptians or the glorious Valhalla of the Norse. The Greek underworld was, for most souls, a bleak, shadowy, and uninviting realm, a place of perpetual gloom and dim existence, where true joy was rare and the greatest heroes often languished in longing for their mortal lives. You quickly learn that death is not a release into paradise, but a chilling descent into an eternal, profoundly unsatisfying twilight, turning your final destiny into a source of pervasive dread. It's like being promised an eternal vacation, but it turns out to be a very long, very boring stay in a windowless waiting room, where everyone is a bit sad and nothing much happens. You stand at the edge of the mortal world, perhaps near a dark cave or a desolate river, believed to be an entrance to the underworld. The air is cold, still, and heavy with a profound sense of finality. This isn't Hades's vibrant palace. Remember him from Section 5 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods. That grim abductor. It's the vast, shadowy realm he presides over, a place of countless shades, where the sun never shines and the concept of time seems to stretch into an endless, monotonous void. One mainstream historical fact that utterly shatters any romanticized view of a glorious afterlife is that for the vast majority of mortals in ancient Greek mythology, the afterlife was portrayed as a bleak, shadowy, and insubstantial existence in the underworld Hades realm, often characterized by a loss of memory and individual personality, without joy or purpose, and universally dreaded by the living. Even heroes and kings often lamented their fate there, preferring the briefest moment of mortal life to eternal existence as a shade. Think about it. Your eternal reward is essentially existing as a depressed ghost forever. Imagine the journey. After death, your soul, your psyche, would be a mere shade, a fleeting echo of your former self, bereft of strength or clarity of thought. You would pay the ferryman Charon a coin the obol, placed under your tongue upon burial to cross the river Styx or Acheron, its dark waters silent and cold. If you were poor or unburied, a terrible fate. You might wander the banks forever, unable to cross. Once ferried across, you would pass the three-headed dog Cerberus, guarding the gates, and then enter the vast, gloomy expanse of the underworld. A particularly quirky tidbit that demonstrates the Greeks' nuanced and often depressing view of the afterlife, even for heroes, is the famous encounter between Odysseus and the shade of Achilles in Homer's Odyssey. When Odysseus praises Achilles' status as a great hero even in death, Achilles famously replies that he would rather be the lowliest peasant alive than king over all the dead. Imagine the greatest warrior in Greek history explicitly telling you that even being a living beggar is better than being a dead king, confirming just how terrible the afterlife was. Historians still argue whether the bleak portrayal of the Greek underworld, in contrast to the more optimistic afterlife beliefs of cultures like the Egyptians, remember their elaborate preparations from the disturbing secrets of Egyptian mummification, was primarily a reflection of a Greek cultural emphasis on the value and vibrancy of mortal life and earthly achievement, making the afterlife deliberately unappealing by comparison. Or if it also served a sociological purpose, encouraging civic engagement and heroic deeds in the present life by emphasizing that true glory and fulfillment were only found in the mortal realm. Was it about valuing life, or just fearing death, that made the underworld so grim? The main realm for most souls was the Asphodel Meadows, a vast, shadowy plain where the shades of the dead wandered aimlessly, without memory, without purpose, experiencing a dull, insubstantial existence. There was no joy, no pain, just a profound, pervasive sense of nothingness, a colorless eternity. This wasn't punishment. It was simply the default state of death, a terrifying void that stripped away all individuality and meaning. For those who offended the gods or committed particularly heinous crimes, there were specific areas of Tartarus, a deeper, darker abyss within the underworld, reserved for eternal torment like Sisyphus endlessly rolling his boulder, or Tantalus forever hungry and thirsty. Those victims of divine justice unpredictable, harsh. Section 13. But even for the virtuous, for those who lived noble lives, the rewards were often limited to the Elysian fields, a pleasant but still somewhat shadowy realm, a far cry from a vibrant paradise. Even there, shades yearned for their former lives, the gods of the underworld. Hades recall his grim abductor nature. Section 5 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods and Persephone, his abducted queen, were rarely worshipped with enthusiasm by mortals, primarily out of fear. Their domain was a place of no return, a chilling reminder of mortality's finality. Offerings to them were usually made to avert their wrath, not to seek their benevolence. The psychological toll on mortals, living with the knowledge of such a bleak afterlife, was profound. It often fueled a desire for earthly glory, for achieving Kleos' undying fame through heroic deeds, as this was the only form of immortality truly available. But even for heroes, their ultimate destination was the grim underworld, where their earthly triumphs faded into meaningless shadows. You feel the cold, still air, the profound sense of hopelessness, and the chilling realization that your final destiny, after a life of hardship and suffering, is a bleak, joyless existence as a mere shade. You gaze into the swirling mists, hearing the faint whispers of countless souls, knowing that their oblivion awaits you too. The awful truth about being a mortal in Greek myths isn't just about random misfortune or divine cruelty. It's about the terrifying, inescapable reality of the afterlife. Your final destination is a grim, uncertain realm, transforming death from a release into a chilling, eternal existence as a powerless, purposeless shadow, a constant reminder of humanity's profound dread of oblivion and the uninviting finality of the Greek underworld. Even if the grim certainty of the underworld didn't consume your thoughts, your daily existence as a mortal in Greek myths was perpetually shaped by another, more pervasive, and often terrifying reality: lack of knowledge, blind faith. Forget scientific understanding, empirical reasoning, or the ability to explain the world through observable phenomena. In ancient Greece, every unexpected misfortune, every natural disaster, every inexplicable illness was attributed to the direct will of the gods, to curses, or to unseen malevolent forces. turning life into a constant, anxious attempt to appease unseen powers that you could never truly understand. You quickly learn that your fate is dictated by forces that you cannot comprehend, and that misfortune is not a matter of chance or natural law, but a direct, often arbitrary act of divine displeasure, making your entire existence a desperate dance with unpredictable cosmic powers. It's like living in a world where every single problem, from a broken leg to a failed harvest, is attributed to an invisible, angry deity, and your only solution is to pray harder or sacrifice more. You stand in your village, gazing at the sky. A sudden, unseasonal drought has withered the crops in the fields. Your livestock are inexplicably falling ill. A loved one suffers from a mysterious, wasting disease. Remember those invisible killers from Section 6 of Why You Wouldn't Survive a Day in Ancient Egypt. They were certainly present here. In your modern world, you would seek scientific explanations, medical diagnoses, or meteorological data. But here, in ancient Greece, your mind immediately turns to the divine. Has Poseidon withheld the rains recall his raging, petty temper from Section 4 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods? Has Apollo sent a plague remember his arrogant, cruel wrath from Section 6 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods? Has Demeter, in her grief, cursed the land? Recall her grieving, punishing nature from Section 11 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods. One mainstream historical fact that utterly defines the ancient Greek worldview is that ancient Greek society, lacking modern scientific understanding of natural phenomena, disease, and misfortune, extensively attributed these events to the direct intervention, favor, or wrath of the gods, curses, or fate, leading to a pervasive reliance on religious rituals, sacrifices, and oracles to explain and influence a world that was largely incomprehensible through empirical observation. Misfortune was seen as divine will, not natural occurrence. Think about it. Your understanding of why anything bad happens is simply, the gods did it. Imagine the desperation that drives this blind faith. If your child is sick, you don't seek out a modern doctor with antibiotics. Medical care was primitive and often painful. Remember that from Section 9 of Why You Wouldn't Survive a Day in Ancient Egypt. Instead, you make offerings at the temple of Asclepius, the god of medicine, hoping for a divine cure through a dream or a miracle. If your ship is caught in a storm, you desperately pray to Poseidon, offering vows rather than understanding meteorology or shipbuilding. Every inexplicable event becomes a moment of profound spiritual anxiety, a desperate attempt to decipher the will of the gods. A particularly quirky tidbit that demonstrates the blurred lines between ancient science and faith is the role of oracles, particularly the Pythia at Delphi. People from across the Greek world would travel to consult her often enduring perilous journeys. Remember those from Why Being a Priest in Medieval Europe Was So Brutal. Section 9. Seeking Cryptic Prophecies. Recall Oaths and Prophecies. Unbreakable bonds from Section 6 that they believed came directly from Apollo. These prophecies, often ambiguous and open to multiple interpretations, served as vital, albeit confusing, guidance for everything from personal decisions to declaring war. Imagine having to decide your entire life's path based on a riddle delivered by a high priestess breathing strange fumes. Historians still argue whether the widespread reliance on oracles and divine interpretation of natural events, by providing a sense of meaning and control over an unpredictable world, inadvertently fostered a spirit of inquiry and philosophical thought as people grappled with the meaning of ambiguous prophecies and divine will, or if it primarily stifled genuine scientific development by discouraging empirical observation and attributing all phenomena to supernatural causes, thereby hindering the pursuit of rational explanations. Did it spark philosophy or stifle science that all misfortune was divine? The lack of understanding about disease transmission, remember those invisible killers from Section 6 of Why You Wouldn't Survive a Day in Ancient Egypt, and disease caravans' silent killer from the Silk Road. Section 6 meant that epidemics were often seen as divine punishment, or the work of malevolent forces. Instead of quarantine or hygiene, which were rudimentary or absent, communities would resort to desperate measures like human sacrifice, as we saw in Section 11, or mass prayers, hoping to appease the angered gods. Your daily life is a constant navigation of these unseen forces. You avoid certain places believed to be cursed. You perform rituals to ward off the evil eye. You interpret dreams as omens. You live in a world where the supernatural is not just a belief system, but an active, daily reality, constantly influencing your fate and demanding your fearful respect. Misfortune isn't bad luck. It's a direct message from Olympus, often chillingly personal. You feel the constant anxiety, the profound helplessness of being unable to truly understand the forces that govern your life. You gaze at a withered crop, or a loved one racked with fever, and you pray desperately, hoping your offerings are enough, hoping you haven't somehow angered a god unknowingly. The awful truth about being a mortal in Greek myths isn't just about direct divine interference. It's about the terrifying reality of your lack of knowledge. Your existence is consumed by a constant, anxious attempt to appease unpredictable divine wills, transforming every misfortune into a terrifying test of faith, ensuring that the heavy price of living in ancient Greece was paid not just in physical suffering, but in a profound, pervasive spiritual dread. A constant reminder of humanity's intellectual limitations and its blind, desperate faith in a world where answers lay not in science, but in the inscrutable, often cruel, decisions of its terrifying gods. Even if your life was not directly consumed by the bewildering challenges of blind faith or the terror of human sacrifice, your existence as a mortal in Greek myths held another insidious and often inescapable peril: heroic lineage curses and calamity. Forget the glory of being descended from legendary figures. In ancient Greece, being related to a hero or a powerful royal family often brought not just prestige, but a chilling inheritance of divine curses, tragic fates, and generations of relentless suffering, transforming your very ancestry into a dangerous legacy that ensured your life, however innocent, would be plagued by misfortune. You quickly learn that your family tree might be rooted in ancient glory, but its branches are perpetually entangled with divine wrath and inevitable tragedy, turning your heritage into a constant source of cosmic doom. It's like being born into a family with a secret, invisible disease that systematically tries to destroy everyone, all because of something your great-great-great-grandfather did, and you just have to wait for your turn. You stand in your home, perhaps in Mycenae or Thebes, listening to the bards recount the glorious deeds of your ancestors, a legendary hero who founded your city, a king who achieved great triumphs, a queen whose beauty launched 1,000 ships. You feel a thrill of pride, a connection to ancient greatness. But a subtle tension lingers in the air, a chilling understanding that your family's illustrious past is also scarred by a grim, pervasive darkness. Your very bloodline, it seems, carries a curse. One mainstream historical fact that utterly shatters any romanticized view of heroic ancestry is that ancient Greek myths frequently depict powerful heroic lineages, the Atreidae, the House of Labdacus in Thebes being plagued by multi-generational divine curses, inherited sins, or inescapable tragic fates, leading to cycles of murder, madness, incest, and profound suffering that affected countless descendants, regardless of their individual innocence or actions. Being related to a famous hero often brought not just glory, but an inescapable inheritance of calamity. Think about it. Your family reunion could literally be a cosmic tragedy waiting to happen. Imagine the relentless cycle of suffering. The House of Atreus, for instance, is one of the most famous examples. It all began with Tantalus. Remember him from section 13 of The Disturbing Truth About Greek Gods, condemned to eternal hunger and thirst for his hubris, who murdered his son Pelops and served him to the gods. This act initiated a multi-generational curse. His descendant, Atreus, notoriously tricked his brother Thyestes into eating his own children. This act of unspeakable horror led to further bloodshed. Atreus's son, Agamemnon, the leader of the Greeks in the Trojan War, sacrificed his daughter Iphigenia. Remember that horrifying human sacrifice from section 11 to appease Artemis. Upon his return from Troy, he was murdered by his wife Clytemnestra, who was then murdered by their son Orestes, who was then relentlessly pursued by the Furies for matricide. generations of murder, incest, and profound suffering, all stemming from an ancient, inherited curse, a terrifying illustration of divine retribution that spanned centuries. A particularly quirky tidbit that demonstrates the grim persistence of these curses and the gods' implacable memory is that even if a family member genuinely tried to break the cycle of violence or atone for past sins, the curse often found a way to manifest, dragging them back into the predetermined tragedy, suggesting an almost cosmic inevitability to their suffering. Imagine trying your absolute best to be a good person, but because your great-great-grandfather ate his children, you're still destined to accidentally marry your mom and kill your dad. Historians still argue whether the prevalence of multi-generational curses in Greek heroic myths was primarily a reflection of deeply ingrained Greek beliefs in the consequences of inherited guilt miasma and the relentless nature of fate Moira, providing a cultural explanation for recurring misfortunes in powerful families, or if these narratives also served a sociological purpose, subtly critiquing the inherent instability and violence of aristocratic power structures in ancient Greece, highlighting how unchecked ambition and personal feuds could inevitably lead to dynastic self-destruction. Was it about cosmic justice or social commentary that shaped these tales of cursed lineages? The House of Labdacus, ruling Thebes, provides another chilling example. It began with Laius, who violated a divine decree regarding not having a child. His son was Oedipus, destined to kill his father and marry his mother. Recall that inescapable destiny from Section 10. Despite his parents' desperate attempts to avert the prophecy by exposing him as an infant, and Oedipus's own efforts to flee, fate prevailed, leading to the horrifying fulfillment of the curse, followed by his self-blinding and the tragic deaths of his children, Polynices and Eteocles, who would later kill each other in a battle for the throne, ensuring the curse continued through another generation of bloodshed. The burden of this inherited curse was immense. You might be born into a powerful, prestigious family, but your glory is perpetually shadowed by the knowledge that your lineage is tainted, that tragedy awaits, and that your own actions, however innocent, might unwittingly fulfill an ancient prophecy or trigger a new calamity. You might try to escape, to live a simple life, but the curse, a relentless predator, inevitably finds you, dragging you into a predetermined fate of suffering. The psychological toll on individuals living under such a curse must have been profound. A sense of fatalism, of utter powerlessness against a predetermined doom, would permeate their lives. Every misfortune, every personal loss, every unexpected death would be interpreted as another manifestation of the curse, leading to despair, paranoia, and a grim resignation to an unavoidable tragedy. You feel the cold weight of your ancestry, the chilling knowledge that your family's glorious past is inextricably linked to a dark legacy of suffering and divine wrath. You look at your children, their innocent faces filled with hope, and you wonder what grim destiny awaits them, simply because of the blood that flows in their veins. The awful truth about being immortal in Greek myths isn't just about individual torment. It's about the terrifying reality of heroic lineage. Your very existence is burdened by inherited curses and multi-generational calamities, transforming your illustrious ancestry into a profound source of inescapable suffering, ensuring that the heavy price of ancient glory was perpetually paid in the relentless, tragic cycles of bloodshed, madness, and devastation. A chilling testament to humanity's profound vulnerability when its fate is inextricably linked to the curses of powerful, flawed divinities. After enduring the unpredictable divine interference, the terrifying consequences of divine lust, the unrelenting vengeance of divine jealousy, the horrifying price of hubris, the inescapable bonds of oaths and prophecies, the devastating collateral damage from monsters and heroes, the arbitrary and brutal nature of divine justice, the chaos of wars as God's playgrounds, the demand for human sacrifice, the grim uncertainty of the afterlife, the bewildering challenges of blind faith, and the chilling burden of heroic curses and generational calamity. You finally emerge from our journey through the perilous life of a mortal in Greek myths to confront its complex and enduring legacy-enduring stories. Human cost. The myths of ancient Greece, for all their fantastical elements and disturbing truths, were not mere tales. They were the very fabric of Greek understanding, profoundly shaping their worldview, their ethics, their art, and continue to resonate in our own culture, reminding us of humanity's timeless struggles and its profound vulnerability in a cosmos often indifferent to suffering. You realize that the very narratives that define a civilization can be born from the crucible of immense human cost, etching a grim reality into the very fabric of belief. It's like looking at a masterpiece of ancient sculpture and realizing its beauty is built on stories of profound tragedy and raw, unfiltered human and divine suffering. You reflect on the vivid contrasts. The glory of heroes like Achilles and Heracles is undeniable, yet their lives were often driven by inescapable fate. Remember that from Section 10, plagued by divine interference and ended tragically. The grandeur of the Olympian gods, their beauty and immense power, existed alongside their profound human flaws, their lust. Section 3, their jealousy. Section 4, their cruelty. Section 2, 6, 7, 8, 11, 13, 14, their pettiness, and their horrifying indifference to mortal pain. Section 12. This tension between the divine ideal and the messy reality formed the core of the Greek worldview. One mainstream historical fact that utterly defines this complex legacy is that ancient Greek myths, despite depicting gods with profound human flaws and acts of arbitrary cruelty towards mortals, served as foundational narratives that shaped Greek understanding of the cosmos, human nature, morality, and fate, influencing their philosophy, art, literature, and social values, and continue to profoundly resonate in Western culture as timeless stories that explore universal themes of power, love, suffering, and the human condition. Their influence is still felt in countless ways. Think about it. Your ideas of heroism, tragedy, and even the very concept of a flawed but powerful deity often trace their roots back to these brutal ancient tales. Imagine the pervasive influence on Greek society. These myths provided explanations for the inexplicable, why famines occurred. Demeter. Section 11. Why plagues swept through cities. Apollo. Section 6. Why wars erupted. Ares. Section 10. Why people suffered unjustly. Misfortune was not random, it was divine will. Fate, or the consequence of hubris. Section 5. This understanding, while often terrifying, provided a framework for making sense of a chaotic world. It fostered a sense of fatalism, but also encouraged piety and ritual to appease unpredictable powers. A particularly quirky tidbit that demonstrates the Greeks' willingness to scrutinize even their own cherished myths is the development of philosophical critiques of the gods' morality. Thinkers like Plato, while acknowledging the power of the myths, famously suggested that the gods, if truly divine, should be morally perfect, and that some of the more unsavory stories should not be taught to children, highlighting a tension between traditional narrative and emerging ethical philosophy. Imagine your greatest philosophers essentially saying, "These gods are terrible role models. We should probably stop telling kids about Zeus's affairs." Historians still argue whether the enduring power of Greek myths, despite their disturbing content, lies primarily in their ability to reflect and explore universal human dilemmas and psychological complexities through compelling narratives. Oedipus's tragedy, the moral dilemmas of Agamemnon, making them timeless works of literature, or if their pervasive influence in ancient Greece also functioned as a system of social control, reinforcing hierarchies and warning against transgression through terrifying divine examples, even while subtly critiquing the arbitrary power of rulers. Did they foster self-reflection or simply enforce societal norms? The cost of this pervasive mythology was immense. Lives were sacrificed. Section 11. Generations suffered from curses. Section 14. Individuals were tormented, transformed, or obliterated by divine whims. The human cost was often unacknowledged in the glorious narratives of heroic triumphs, becoming merely the backdrop for the gods' dramatic interplay. Yet, despite all this brutality, the stories endured. They provided a shared cultural identity, a common understanding of the human condition, and a rich source of inspiration for art, literature, and drama that continues to shape Western thought. The complexity of the gods, their profound flaws, and their very human-like passions made them relatable, even as they were terrifying, a testament to the raw, unfiltered honesty of ancient Greek storytelling. You stand now, perhaps a little more enlightened, perhaps a little more disturbed by the profound implications of these ancient tales. The awful truth about why being a mortal in Greek myths sucked is precisely what makes their legacy so powerful. It is the constant struggle against overwhelming, often capricious, divine forces, the inherent unfairness of fate, and the profound vulnerability of human life that provides the grim, powerful backdrop to stories that continue to enthrall us, forever linking humanity's greatest achievements and deepest suffering to the terrifying, unpredictable, and profoundly flawed divinities of Mount Olympus. Their enduring stories serve as a permanent reminder of the immense cost of existence in a world ruled by terrifying, capricious powers, and the enduring human spirit that grappled with such overwhelming forces. Now, as the thunder of Olympus fades and the echoes of ancient myths grow quiet, let the stillness of your room embrace you. The tyrannical gods, the jealous goddesses, the cruel whims, and the profound vulnerabilities of mortal life are safely in the past, part of a history that now dissolves into the gentle hum of your fan. You've journeyed through a world where even a simple life was a constant gamble with cosmic powers. And now, it's time for you to find your own peaceful rest. Let your mind unwind, your muscles relax, and sink into a deep, undisturbed sleep, far from the unpredictable temperaments and terrifying justice of the Greek gods. End of script. Sweet dreams.